His game there wasn't enjoyable. Whatever that might be. As I mentioned, that its client needs a fabric loader and all that API-ness. We should try now. Who knows why it possibly isn't working now all of a sudden. Nowadays, since we always are using the cameras to make them show, it really gives enough, well, where possibly is the best spots to put it on the screen. It's odd to just kind of keep it somewhere over there where it's kind of out of the way-ish. Such a thing that we probably never really take the time to just look at in those videos or streams. We should just disable it for now. It's time to try it now. It's so good as though that whole Razor Blade 16 will ever reduce stutters or not, and surely it will, definitely not. As long as I take better care of it and not do all that, I'm still saying that. We can't get to Fabric API and all that. It's weird how all of a sudden joining isn't work anymore. Your free trial of joining Coffee Edition is now over. I shall keep that as 65. Something like 90s, depending on how loud that picks up sounds. But when I played the games, it was always hearing itself. I let the game actually hit 240 FPS for once. Can't have server-ish mods, it can only have client ones that only affect himself, and then it works. We're in the beginning dimension here, where all the chaos is happening. Where all the chaos is interacting. Another noob's face is broken looking. It's very stinky. May or may not to reset the beginning dimension again. Also reset the nether while it's at it. It would be nice to make something cared for in collaboration with Coffee Edition. Weirdo with specifically the point light shader pack. Whenever a menu is open, it'll be all lagsy. Also be good to know if it could remove the fabric and activate it and reactivate it in a careful installation of the game, and it not basically make a permanent versions folder or whatever. That would be nice. Pretty ice spikes have regenerated again. At least it's way more trusty and more instant than it all just rebuilding every single cuboid at a time. So with that, it would actually rebuild everything they build. It's 30 frames per second time. Start fresh with that mushroom island, like that fungus wonderland. There, finally, clip number 1 is now officially inside of this phone. Also, we're doing 1080p. Yeah. You can just do that computer's resolution, but we choose 1080p for now. That's good. Gotta make sure it's the same size. Don't want to lose the original projects and all of its medias and whatnot. It is the same, so yeah. From now on, it can pretty much be assumed it will always be the same. Perfectly preserved from the other phone. Yale Math Fusion fulfills that need. I always wanted a video editor that can not only export videos, but the entire project of editing a video. It gets to do that. With shader graphics, because of it makes the ores glow. Because you know, not. It has to be bound to face those physics, touching other Moby Maxes and pushing him. As if that's how it was. I cared for Flit, owned by Coffee Edition, and the new biz about that Coffee Edition. Old mobile needs to plug in. Just that would make them be unique. Also be good to know for the mod about them being able to join like that if it gets updated as soon as every game update is there and available. It seemed to support the Rock Bed edition even after it's updated. Graphics, it should be really great if they ever made some things like those and make light. Like those utility-ish glowable cuboids and things like that. It'd be really great. Shader graphics could ever do that. The RTX 5070 Ti would be like, surely it would be great. I'm tuning in on my 2020 vibes here, in case y'all couldn't tell. Well, just simply using that. Well, I'll tune into my modern day vibes. It's not the same, it's boring. I don't have a golden age to use as a template. Why, you may ask? Well, the move was about 4K. I don't have actual 4K. That's what I have to deal with, though. So I have to deal with it somehow dealt with that one. Feels so comfortable, the idea that's Rock Bed Edition, but nope, it's just Coffee Edition's world. The more advanced version of the game is that world. All the things that Coffee Edition can do, we can pretty much do it in that game. For example, looking at the page, the one with the site about generating commands and all that with ease, just by selecting things can of course be done. It doesn't actually have to be Coffee Edition. You can download shaders straight out of the launcher too. The flashlight shader. Let's see it. You get a shader pack and then just activate it in game. And that seems way better than having to deal with the files. Definitely that launcher is totally better than the normal one in every way. Meanwhile, the way Stevie looks with that on his face. Although that is. It's almost as if you have to look like that too. This would be just enough deletes the shader packs. They're actually being removed entirely out of there. So here is yay. I just imagined it in the darkness, and then the OLED display actually making the darkness look really dark, what that'll look like. And just for the mini LED screen, well, just for you two, I don't get to see that. But in my mind, I said, why he didn't go in here? And I thought of the general guy, he says, and I think I know why. In times of when the Red Forest game was actually fighting the great successor to Left 4 Dead, the idea that there will actually be another game now being another competitor of that game. They're not really trying to be a competitor of it. Java dog. It will not stare at them forever. It will actually look away from them and walk around even when it's near them. And it won't stare at them forever. Attacks, it just looks like a normal Woofy gone evil. Flashlight shade. Oh yeah, look at these. It's kind of like the reshade. Now it's spooky game. Minecraft, but you play as Fred Skidoo and his eyes that have lights on them. There's a sugar pack that makes it mimic the old console mints raft. That looks true to what it actually would have looked like. Kind of does look like it. Don't forget the old graphics and the old textures. I can change it all closing the menu. Obviously, we must see that pillow. Good snuggly pillow. Then there's that one mod, of course, that was to actually make it look like the old game. Then I guess if he could use it and over there join, or if of course it would just fail again. He kind of needs to see. Okay, look, pick blocking the cage if its data has actually worked before it actually loaded. Now it does work like it should. Okay, that's really compatible with Rock Bed Edition now. They can both do that. He finally found real land again. So if only someone would somehow make a shader pack that would have console mints, rafts, lighting, also of course looking more like how it actually looked. There being the spooky pack and it's very vibey-tastic looking light. There's that, but we never made them use that. Instead, they'd always just use the command to set their appearing points at that. The foot is nothing but icy spikes. Boom. Then it's nothing but snowy place. So hopefully there was a world that had the older version of the Kelly Earth's pack, so we can at least see what the real first Earth's pack that we ever seen was actually like. Fuzzy. Well, the DY been snoozing out there for the entire day. Guess we know why. Well, I've read maybe. Let's see, beer. Surely that's of course what it is. Ray tracing. It's really great when it can download resource packs too. without even having to close up the game or actually download files manually. Although again, that effect is gone in Wizards, you can almost, of course, think that really does so look to be the old game. So they definitely did make it so perfect. And of course the way the sky looks too. We should pause to see what kind of Earth's packs there might be nowadays. At least if there's anything new right now. There's also that, because if it's ever updated. It's dead. So with that, Earth's packet's been last updated in April of 2021. And there's one that's also dead. So the only Earth's packs that seems to be truly alive is the Vanilla Earth's one. Well, there's another one that's actually up to date. Actually, it's just the Vanilla Earth's pack. You should get those mods real quick and just kind of see them. Perhaps we'll just get that and see what it looks like. Coffee edition heats up the computer. The security bridge is now 75%. It took literally all day long to download. That's really cray. HDD is that slow. Yeah, magic of the old game being that kind of the game. It's very yummy how they do that. So it feels like when I was playing Vita very recently. But then there's that, seems, actually showing the controls. That's just way better to what Coffee Edition should have done in the first place. On the bright side, fuzzy. the amount of times you get fuzzied on. Hey, Lucky. The way that looks when he jumps. Really, maybe I should just get to that one too. FNaF normals and see what it looks like. Then I have to do that again. It's better than having to view sketchy link advertise and add fly page and that viruses. The day we were in the tin of sea cabin and the HP competitor beeped really loudly while there was a robot voice mentioning a virus. Scary stuff. So now the combatness is disabled. He lives now. Happy failed to get it. Now lives happy. He gets to live a long and happy, smiley, cold life in there. In the cold, I mean, all the way that looks. Of course, the re-add that's exactly like the real game. So of course it re-added that. And it just happens that Coffee Edition used to be like that. You know, when Cage looks like it used to, while it's also very modern. I can almost imagine the Cage making the click noise when it doesn't make any Moby Maxes. No, it won't do that. It's actually Coffee Edition, yet that looks so like the console Minecraft. You know, when they're relatives, and so that literally is what the console Minecraft would look like if the Weirden was in the game. And the way that assumes though, just so how that just looks so like it. They definitely would be very equal if one of us liked that game and always just made it like that forever. And then there's the console Minecraft, the real game being like that. Wild is makes them. Definitely someone out there would have already made a pack about OS3 sounds. We should see what FNaF's Peter looks like, since that's new. And there's of course more texture bugs. Hopefully the 16-ish competitor won't ever do that. Who knows why this one did it. Clearly it's just this competitor's own fault. There's no way to fix it. We'll see what that looks like. the fogginess looks weird. Now that's quite the sight for sore eyes, as Frankie would say. Shiny rainbow. The brightness needs to be 100 for better immersion. I definitely was really getting used to the screen being darker. The portal cuboid doesn't really seem to emit any light. Now it's time to see what the normals should be on Earth look like. But now it just makes things actually look 3D-ified when they normally didn't look so like it. Processes killed by user. The process very much died. Spooky wandering scat word arrived. It definitely looks like the normal-ish versions of it basically does is makes the Earth's reflectionlessness look like lower resolution-ish. Perhaps now it's time to look at her peer version again, see what it looks like compared to that. So actually it doesn't even feature any kind of special changes to textures, and just makes them look like the defaultness. which is totally kind of lame. So far, the Kelly Hertz is still the best one of all of them. It's very classic and still the best. About the Kelly Hertz is that some of them are just not as shiny as that. It's time to revisit an older Hertz pack. Of course, none of them are all shiny, and it's old. Although with that one, it makes them really, really bright. Then that sounds like a jar file being a video will pop up from under the bed over there. There's actually no spin pack menu, but they're all kind of weird. There's no dramatic fog with that one. Oh, and of course, there was another artist pack that I found to be actually the best of them all. It actually made there be very fancy effects. Instantly it been selected really rapidly twice to then suddenly deactivate it. That one takes into consideration the better arts, making them act kind of weird. There's actually all the other packs from the console in its raft. It even includes the cartoon pack. And the way that Earth's pack seems, it makes the indie particles actually bounce around and look so different from what's normally ever like. And of course, the other packs just can't compete with that one for the way of making some very fancy looking smoky effects. And normally the other Earth's packs never ever had any effects like that. It looks very fancy. It mentions golden age. Oh, and there was the prismatics too. Let's see it again. It could either be normal max mode or high to max mode. It's been quite a while since there was the events and such as. All of those glow. There's actually the tutorial world too. What do you know? We got another Earth's pack to look at. Yay. Well, that looks similar to the one that was charming. It's the cartoon pack. At least the more the merrier as far as Earth's packs goes. It's better to have more of them than Ellis is relatable. Ellis is relatable there. He'll say it for me, I'll have to say that famous quote. That is kind of complicated sometimes. It takes lots of brain power to think of that saying. Ellis, he'll say it for me. And of course, with that, Turt's pack and the ambience is gone. So we I'd just say that the Kelly's Ertx is the best one of them all. And of course, there's the ambience as normal. Now we got the red place. I just thought of another idea to make for a pack. It would simply be louder, netter, ambient-ish sounds. So it just seems like security bridge is even gianter than the other two. Although, it was an 80s of GB. So it is 79%. So use Custo sound. Make a pack from that. Another amp. Confused if the pack will show up if it just changes only one thing about the UUIDs. Just one tiny number from it. The odds that there's already a UUID with that same number is very infinity. And beyond that. It's black screen of the game. Very handy way to make all sounds louder. here. Of course it worked. Statistically kind of changed like one little thing of the UUID. And now the netter ham is louder. It is about console raft doesn't want to be controller supported anymore. That sounds like Coffee Edition with the amps being louder. Remember that game? It's really quiet. It actually is way better than being louder. Nothing beats the real OS3 mince raft. Definitely the way that sounds now with the sounds being louder is just totally better. It sounds more like a Coffee Edition and Turham's is always louder. The sounds not to random pitches. It doesn't really matter all that much. The game is kind of vibing. It's too bad the editor thingy that was supposed to be like the stud, but for that game will just corrupt that game's worlds. Reset. Z. all that music was all along. In the olden days, we always thought it's all just one of the music song. It's two of them in one. But it sounds really like it's just all extended. His scat words are being company-ish and surrounding. With bad versions, but they'll also stare at them like the brown ones. It's really more staring. Really rude of them. Give an eyeball mentions of an update that's given editing capabilities. Because know what give an eyeball would be like as far as us telling it to add something to an image goes. Because I shall try it out now. May not be the best, but hey, at least it actually did something. It even looks like it knew to make a shadow. Okay, so we'll try even more images of it instead. Let's see what it scary figure in the darkness. That's also fatty. Also, if you give it an image, then tell it to add that thing to an image, it'll actually do it. So I shall try that. Because I did it to make most of the images of crispy bacon.
pick the block to the wheat and only gives them seeds.
It would take lots of editing knowledge to actually do that manually.
So if you build the spooky store, well, there's the spooky pack and then some vibes.
Definitely they'd do that.
Vibes.
This version should have that.
Most certainly that kind of the game. It and it's the green light, the music will be vibes.
Sure would help if this could make them join and co-op with it. But then it would need to save every 5 seconds when they make some kind of accomplishments.
But we still need to test resetting the entire folder or something like that. Just to see if it's the game itself causing the problems. We tested them resetting their skins and not having them at all, and still happened.
Recording. There's my Fido. Actually looks pretty good. Fido. Froze. Good thing I didn't panic. So I thought I already tested the emulator and even the game too from entirely scratch. It's just so hard to even think about what made the crash. if it's either well, when we first had accounts and they couldn't change their name, so we just made them create new ones or something. That's what it is. It's more users or just the emulator's fault or even just the game's fault. And sometimes when actually it always does it, so when the game freezes or something, the emulator will die after showing an error. Unless the error thingy that shows with the game doing that will point to morely what's causing that to happen.
Maybe we should make them join and look at the logs and see what shows up when it happens. So it's time for Carl Johnson to follow the bad word train.
Look at that log. Maybe the minute the game freezes, then we should look in there and see what that shows, if anything. Actually, obviously will show something, but we need to know what it'll show up. And see if we can make sense of anything. Otherwise, we'll just have to re-get the emulator from scratch and then re-get the whole game and set it all up. Maybe online and making them get their accounts in there and all that.
Well, inside of the Steam dock, of course, it had to download its version of it all again. Then I'm gonna give it the game and all that. I'll just close it and start it up with the log thingy available.
Or pause the video.
Vido.
It stinks when we forget to do that, but it's great when we actually can make use of pausing a video so that it doesn't film unnecessarily if we don't want it to. Well, of course, a stream will literally film everything even when the game isn't even being played.
I should make it show along with that, so anything that pops up will then be spotted. Maybe it would be red text.
I did it too.
Also always mentions that there's some kind of red text linking all the way up to map files or PNG files specifically.
Anyways, let's see what happens now. Looks like there's
It'd be great if it would just work. It'd be just fine.
really I like that.
It should just not be rainy anymore.
It'd be even more vibey if it's just as loud as it can be.
So if it was as loud as it can be.
Most importantly is just how kind of boring it is to make them be default again. Or keep it that way for now.
Minecraft vibes. If it doesn't happen there, I should try a different Earthlet. And there's what it does. It just shows pink text.
Maybe again, if it would help anything get improved, maybe he over there should also remove the custom skin packs. Also, we should probably make sure the games are all up to date, the emulator is up to date, and well, if it all just fails, then maybe we should try to just go ahead and re-get the emulator again. And also just get Mince Raft too. Maybe just get the game back from that. When resetting up the emulator, then they'll have to download some kinds of things from the official OS pages, and all that painful. Tyranny will love it a lot. Tyrants will love it a lot. Tyrants will like it. Insta-freeze.
So it's not their custom packs doing it. It's time for Plan B.
We should just get to the emulator again from scratch. Let's try it all. Maybe they should both get to the same thing. It should be that one. Well, it looks like it is the only thing they can get.
Ooh, scrolling down then the familiar looking thingy. Ah.
Needs OS3 firmware. I should share that. It's a requirement for the emulator being not fresh. I should just drag that into the emulator. Now it's getting the firmware thingies. And after that, all they should do is, if possible, just try to put the game in there from their games folder, and the one that says HDD or whatever. Oh no, it's 0 to share it. Ew. I should just share a link to it. That's RPC in the time. there now added. Let's user back into it. RTX 4070 laptop GPU. Soon it'll say RTX 5070 Ti laptop GPU. We don't need 5090. Maybe it should then just do that. There. Uh-oh. Say this. Oh, it's to deal with the password too. Sounds like it was some kind of spooky buzzy sort of noise that I was hearing. Oh, and of course it should be here too. Do that. And now they're both pretty much at the same spot right now. Okay, now we should just give the game to that emulator. Nothing but Mince Raft should be in there. Oh yeah, but they'll be outdated unless they get all the updates again. Unless they could still join in said outdated version. Should make a copy before modifying it. Yeah, I should also back up the emulator so far. Now Mince Raft is all old. Maybe without updating the game, we shall see what it'll do. Then they won't have their worlds. Who knows, maybe that could be one thing in causing the game to freeze, because I always made it do that, unless it was supposed to do that. If it says disconnected, then maybe it wouldn't be all online-y.
I'm gonna make those shaders again.
I already got it done. Oh, they'll have to deal with their pads. Otherwise the pads used is just keyboard. And it froze. Instead.
Oh, it'll do that, of course, because it needs to have all the updates. So that's what the Stim dock did.
Well, it's time to deal with all that again. Time for Rusty Pan. It looks like it only fetched a few updates. So of course Rusty Pan isn't the way to go. You have to view some kind of site about all the updates. Like archive.org or something.
Maybe it shall drag the dev_hdd0 folder into there. So now it's the up-to-date game. Y'all should do the same and of course see if they'll freeze or not. Chances are if they do, it might be due to their in the folder of the game. Likely you made a copy of it before doing that, so it's safe. Thumber has to move really fast.
Yay, Thumber.
He is back in business. Yay, security bridge is now 91% of getting done. No more uninstalling it.
It's on the film. Since video game is back.
Looks like that'll take a while. You want to know who's on the picture of the game? Well, it's most certainly the ALX. Driving it in.
Steven the Steven. Rules that game. Steven Stevie. Steven rules the game, or I mean Mr. Universe. If he was a teacher, his name would be Mr. Universe. About the hitty part.
Time to play, says Luigi.
Luigi.
Let's see now. You and all the worlds are scrambled again. Of course, that's what the stem doc did. But of course, they're all still there.
Or keep what Rusty Pan downloaded, just in case.
Or see what it shows, if it'll do all that.
So all the worlds are there for moment of truth, so we'll see what happens when we join.
Although there's less of the red text that was appearing.
Because maybe it will crash. Maybe now all we need to do is just get every other game back, and then just leave it at that, and it should be all good now.
So of course, when the previous folder of the game, it seemed like when he was, of course, getting them, and over there would be some kind of text appearing. Really could be that text.
So maybe from now on, as long as we don't do anything, like of course messing with anything between the game or the emulator, it should be all good. Maybe now they won't crash anymore. So far, so good. Also the mentions of compiling shaders like it once did back in the days before I disabled showing that. Maybe it's just hints of it being weird, but it seems like now maybe they won't crash anymore. So maybe we should just get the other games back and do nothing else to the emulators. Maybe they're actually all good now. Actually, the dev underscore HDD0 has already been transferred. Well, at least now they'll be just fine if we just don't do anything to it anymore. It seems like fiddling with anything else is kind of unnecessary. Although there is things like making frame rate be infinite so that it would be fast. But of course, maybe we shouldn't do anything with that. Just keep it as it is. So the current emulator should be referred to as just backup, and then that one should now take its place as the emulator. The only thing I made it do was hiding the rat-a-tat cursor and then making it so that its resolution is 1080p. It said. Yeah. We need more proof that it won't freeze again. Well, I guess we might as well just wait for his custom skin back. Thinks I might have gotten rid of that folder of custom skins due to it being weird. So maybe a 10 still has it somewhere. Sure do.
It's history already. Jelly 15 or 19.
I misread that.
And then it over there. It's already been there for a year. History is being built.
The year sure goes by really fast.
When we're free. Vibing with some of that kind of the game while knowing it's more perfect than ever before. And all it took is making an entire new folder of it all.
Yeah, I should also make it hide and pipsqueak. Whatever that was again. Oh, there. It disappeared and matches it again.
Let's see if it freezes now.
I always had to make it go high off the screen. And not exactly. Alright, that's better. A fresh breath of air. And the ALS gets to actually be more cared for-ish. Might as well just play it for, well, as we normally would for now. Definitely now if they freeze again, we'll say bye.
Just kind of go back to being all normal again.
So on the frame rate limit thingy is set to just OS3 native by default. That was actually definitely not change that. Modifying things that's kind of a little see around here.
Let's see what frames are. It's up to 60.
60.
It's going to be the rebel and be the one who changes that. Hardy har har. Now we got 100 and more FPS. So all on the OS 3 minutes roughly was 60 FPS. Good to know. And that kind of a game in Vita, they were like,
I don't really remember when the videos are already uploaded and which ones are not yet. We already know.
might as well go to the easy shelter world with that little cartoon pack.
The vibes. Who knows, maybe they actually won't freeze now. With that kind of trust, we can finally enjoy that kind of the game. And of course, the GPD Win 5 having that would be just so very much the vibey's way to enjoy that game, kind of like it's the Vitas again. Especially when being able to take that kind of the game anywhere. Having it like when I was using the Vita while we were in the Lowe's-ish store, thinking of the concept of the real action being able to build it all as we see it. You also just think about that kind of possibility. So if we were playing something like Rock Bed Edition, since it's probably our favorite and most cared for version of the game to date, And if we made them build future places like in the good old days, y'all can just hold the game, go around in real life and look at it, and then play the game. Y'all should just think about that.
Cool.
We used to be able to do that, but we kind of never did it like that, so now we actually can do it like that.
We should just restart the game and that's what we know will fix that.
We should do. Else it will be kind of weird if it does not.
There's a problem with the game also. What it would do, freezing and all that, was even when they were not joining, sometimes just playing games single-ishly would also do it when the character starts flying around. And that was a round of them joining twice or 3 times. It never did it yet.
And it was all just fine some time ago when they joined. Because we did something wrong and messed them up somehow. So, and of course another thing that possibly messed them up is file sharing. Well, we of course made them have the exact same emulator instead of having their own fresh downloads of it, which is probably another thing that broke something.
So no more doing that.
So we should probably just never do that ever again. It's not a very good idea when they clone files with each other.
The good old times of that kind of the game. Soon Bulls can be about that console's raft again while there's all the old worlds.
While it's not the Vita, or it's not actually dead in a sense. For all we know, we can't ever get to the files from the Vita's version of the game, but the PS3 version, yeah, that works. Those worlds can be given to both of the modern versions of the game at any moment. Notice. You know the way it all looks with that pack. Especially while seeing the way the stone red lamp looks.
It keeps being the pop-up of shader compiling this. It's like whenever it turns it off, it still happens. Even after it did that to make those not.
Do it in the emulator's own settings.
I may certainly have to close it again. Now it's only 3 GB in size instead of the old one being totally 8 TB, actually a GB half. 8 TB. Time to get those SSDs.
Most the competitors get quite a break from total hardware
Playing games-ish ways when they're playing the emulator. They're both pretty silent. And all the games time played reset. You can make new records of time playing the game. Also, whatever is responsible for counting how long a game is being played. It's also like the launcher thingy for Coffee Edition. It also had a thing for counting time that a certain version was being played.
And Steam Pipes and the OS5 also had a thing of showing how long a game had been played for. If you want that TV experience, then you have to lean back like this. Just get kind of cozy, enjoy those 1900s gamer vibes while snuggling on colorful looking blankies, very flashy patterns on them.
Maybe it actually is fixed, no more of them freezing.
Wham, as soon as they joined, then the game would freeze, but definitely seems like it won't do that anymore. Absolutely no more fiddling with the emulator's settings from here on out. And of course, all we should be caring about is the game.
Just like real consoles.
Treat the emulator as if it's the OS3. Literally, like when they can make it really dark-ish. Maybe for one quick moment we should full screen the game and see if that video will end up being weird. And now it should be normal.
When both of them full screen, there's a pop-up on the top of the screen.
The vibes, man, the vibes. It's definitely like reliving the glory days.
So let's make them do something that would be like what they would do. Stop sitting all they're all alone.
I wanted to be the first to kill. Maybe they can choose to save or not. And maybe now, since they won't freeze anymore, it's just making them not have an auto-saving on. Like those moments when we play the game and auto-save would be bad. If they were doing something sloppy, for example. So maybe now finally we can actually trust them enough to make them not do auto-saving by choice. And now if they could do something really set up like, and then make autosave off and do whatever they want to any world, and then boom, not save it when they're done.
Like making the world about the quest to kill the Ender, the like the
Times.
is.
So y'all will get your GPD Win 5, and I definitely don't want it. I just want my Razer Blade 16. Because of course it's laptops, and I still like me some Razer Blade laptops, because brand loyalty. I actually like it. They look great, they're the vibes. Of course they are the very brand of them we got for the first time since the beginning of ever owning the gaming laptops in 2021 era. So getting another brand will feel a little too foreign.
It's bad that it's very bad to just leave the old phone plugged in. Spooksies.
Oh, how the fun it was to pin the spookies and make them do something like that so suddenly.
Well, it's the very same version of the game, too, where it all started with that.
Oh, and of course, silent mode. Let's go ahead and do it.
Even it's not being so loud. Look, of course, full screen. This stream is actually showing full screen.
You heard it, now you don't hear it. Sounds like nothing over here.
It's too bad it does not have the silent mode thing.
We also bury the thief.
And over there, and then it's so silent as can be. Obviously, it won't make that game's performance any worse because it's the least demanding game ever.
And yeah, it's way hardwareless. So now I could sit in a quiet room and play some that kind of the game and just hear barely any sound at all from it. But Razer Blade 16, it'll be smaller than the ginormous 18-inch one, and it might even be quieter than the 18.
So least it can do is whisper mode. That's all it can do.
Who knew it was such a good idea to make it silent mode, because it's just so quiet. It barely makes a sound at all.
Spooky footsteps.
The good old days when there was cave sounds and they had to make some company.
Else if they don't do it, then the creeps will grab them from within the darkness.
But it sure was really weird when making the computer do that, and in vid app making it do whisper mode with the 30 FPS setting, and then making it show the Trove, making it upload videos, and then going out and showering and coming back into the room just to see it showing of 0% of the B soda screen. Just has to be that's using both at the same time really way too much, actually weakens the CPU or something and causes it to do the B soda event. So from now on, maybe I should only use those performance modes from the Sin Apps app. And no more whisper mode, because hey look, it's really quiet just doing that.
And it feels like that's nothing. And then hot.
Ow. When we played the game in the Vitas, well, the Vita doesn't make a single sound. But then, of course, the GPD went 5 on chunky fans inside of it.
Preppers will be in
This time it's going to be dark in there again. When we play the game on the Rock Bed edition, we never think like that. And of course, for some odd reason, that triggered making the left eye do a Bernie thing, so now I have to go water it. also thinking about it, so the idea of Vitas, they are the systems that we could, well, play the game, but then they're also the same. Maybe I should start over, it's not happening. So then thinking about it, the Vitas were the very same system that can, well, play the game, and they're the same system that can film videos. But these days and ages, all we need is, well, cameras to make all videos, because they're better than the Vitas anyways. They can make yummy 8K videos, 4K videos, 60 FPS videos instead of just 480p videos.
Whatever that was.
He over there, if he didn't do it, should set his gamma to 50.
At least if there's one thing they can do to save, well, not actually saving, is of course save states.
Maybe since it's what we used to do in the olden days, to just make the sensitivity of menus really high.
The feline appears to not be interactable, can't make it sit or stand, and it won't ever move.
Canine just whined.
As he crept right there, will eat their eyes out. Will roughly bite their eyes and chew them off really hard.
Then the canine instantly makes it run for it, and it came right back to where we wanted it to be.
10 of them gain 2 more bots inside of them. We hated when it happened.
Rock Bed Edition, they don't do that.
Spooky cave sound.
When Minecraft gets bored, well, all we need is just a change of, well, things about it. And now it's just fun again. Although in the Rock Bed version, they kind of were doing something very similar to that. In another build of that place that they made from imagination. Of course, they detail it got right. That's one of the things we didn't make them do is make all of right there kind of more slanted like it was in real life.
There's a scary crepapod.
Maybe some companish canines out there. Because obviously it's spooky out there.
It's some fuzzy canines, actually fuzzy, whatever, felines.
There came more canines. Then the canine, actually the cat, will sit down.
Fur feline.
The feline standing up. It turned out an Arbot cat following the noob.
So that one's not interactable and it won't move.
The idea of roaming used to be the most awesome sauce thing in game history. Piggies. There's a beam. Then it goes back into the darkness.
Scary Crapper Pod wants to make them feel fear.
Scary monsters of the darkness.
It's safe to say that kind of a game is great again. If they don't lie it, they'll lie it.
We've been looking even back in the darkness. It takes that long for it to then start to tackle upon being in the line of sight of him.
Murdered the creepers. Set to perform it back to normal again. And of course there's no not this we really versus if they need them, there's around. And all they need is just two of them going around in the darkness like they used to. Well, in case it's time to eliminate all of the pets. All I need is a slideshow another paintings get destroyed by the wind. And they need their clock back, else they can't see what time it is. High heels and rad tapped to them. Ooh, old TV. Yay. Still sounds of a feline somewhere. It's teasing you by existing somewhere. What was that noise? It was only attacking the noob. We found them, they were there. Spook ones. Oh, they don't need their defenses. Another Auto light.
Simpler times all with the hack. Well, just make it sound like that.
Like the moon looks wild. No, the auto light is gone. And
And of course, modern days we have the sound, the capture of it could just make it sound like that noise. But back then were simple times. They couldn't make real custom sounds in the game.
you have to work with what's in the game to hide their name tags.
Because if they can.
So you can
There's the one that can do it. Like the Howie particles are very smooth looking.
we avoided being
Just give me a painting still get this
they are the nuclear jelly beans. You don't want nuclear wasted near eyeballs without the eye part.
It's a nuclear jelly bean. To get past to the house.
Stakes need to be high somehow.
With the whole thing worse. Like the first one who gets nuked to death first has to do something. Like making their hands go in toilet.
Well, there's that noise.
Better definitely be more quiet if it's set to silent. Just keep it set to silent mode now. Nuclear jelly bean. They're trying to sabotage the other, make the other get nuked first.
but they can't be fast, of course, like the Rock Band version, how they were. Someone grabbed him from behind.
What was that sound?
So even in that game, when they sneak along, they make a sound that's really quiet.
Only to the other they do it. To themselves, they don't make a sound.
Yeah, the stakes will be higher if they're slow. So have to get out of their sight to lose them.
I don't want to get nuked. Nuclear jelly beans.
It's very company-ish side of Layla's head.
Almost got nuked. But they don't want to be dead when they get nuked. Also, that's bad. Perhaps this is even darker. As we set it at 25, now it's spooky and dark. Maybe now I should end the video, make a test, and then see if it's when full screens, if the video will freeze or be weird at all. Should upload that recently. It's a good idea to always keep videos uploaded. Test chubby, puffy fish break fast. The puffy fish tastes nice.
The stakes are higher when they will die if they get nuked. As I'll instantaneously grow 3 more brains inside of their eyes. Will grow 400 tiny dead brains inside of their eyes.
I don't need a natural rect effect on. Maybe that's one thing you need to do is just have that off and then make your life close. Problem solved.
If they run too much, they'll have a heart attack and die. They better not run too much.
Sounds so dark. Of course, there's lots of nuclear jelly beans out there. They're so nuclear. They are ready to nuke their eyes out. They can't get off all those nuclear jelly beans. They're waiting to nuke their eyes out.
But they'll get bored in there if they are in there for too long.
Everywhere out there. Oh no. Bad idea. There's so many nuclear jelly beans out there. But they can't stay in there forever. They'll get bored if they do. Then their one went by.
Have to be ready to mad dash right out of there whenever.
If they don't have a plan, then they're dead. There's no safe place for them to really go. First one to get nuked has to put their hand in the toilet.
At that point, they may as well just go out there and volunteer to get nuked.
Got a game plan because without one they're dead.
They're watching and they're waiting for them.
Like they just won't go in there.
Most of it's in there.
Are very high.
They might lose their life.
Noob just about got nuked.
He couldn't quite see it.
Oh, they still have a chance if one of them whacks it and then they beat them up. Then there's a way they can kind of team up to defeat them.
They're gonna not murder the other. They're gonna punch the other on the side under their make them defeat.
There's still another one out there.
Another one came in there.
It's about to be another nuclear jelly bean. And that was another one.
There's another one.
Noob got
So that kind of a game I can feel pain through walls.
Well, the rules are the rules. You know what your punishment is. You have to go make a video of you doing it now.
So now the video is actually a playlist about to tournaments or competitions can finally have its first ever video. Have to not be cowards and go on out there. Alex is playing with fire over there. To save electricity and not waste it whenever they're not using the lights in an active room. So bunch of them. So now the first of them to get powed has to go get the sack and interact with it. Alongside doing all that with toilet. The door opened, and there was no one over there. Do a pretty picture to make that wall look less boring. Fake door. Yeah. Looks like the smooth lighting being off. Do spooky tunnel. It's risky, but it's not that hard to deal with them. Another one went in there. But if it was bone, it tends to be a whole nother story. Ratatouille will run out of that hole. Oh, there's some flutish sounding music playing, whatever. I don't really remember what it sounded like already. We just seen it recently. I used to remember what it sounded like. Not another one. It very well could have nuked the Cootie Giver. Fur doggy. It's time for some decoys. We'll go get them. Handy decoy. Scary pumpkin. Looks even scarier than the beans are. Got nuked. Your snowman pets just got nucleated. That looks spooky. If I look at it for too long, then a bad dream scenario will happen. Well, there's that noise. But there could be something worse than that. Then it came right up to you to give Steve a bad dream scenario. While drawing them close to the daylight. After all, it's being a good decoy. They both got loose. Pretty mean snowman. What is that? Whoop, back in there they go. Oh no, and the rules are the rules. And that doesn't count, because he didn't die.
Just need some light out there, but all that we have to do now is get nuked.
It's sack time. Time to queue up those losses activities. Like those loss activities. Then it moves at him again while
That really, really loud buzzy noise might be heard. Oh, I don't know about the loss. Has been documented now. Giving their pets no man and might and can't have a taste of their medicine.
but it looks at them of bad dream scenarios if they look at it for too long. Decoy will go do its job. Yeah, good boy, decoy. Now for the first thing that happens if they get nuked, everyone who gets nuked first most certainly has to have to wear puffy for the whole day and the next day. Find that music was from quite a random job game. The decoy went in there to be spooky in the darkness.
Oh, it looks looking at the noob. It looks so spooky, like a bad dream scenario will happen if they look at it for too long. They'll wake up going,
or it might it'll zoom out to them really fast after that.
Spookies.
But he's kind of drawn to it.
No bad dream scenario might happen. Just simply going over to see it. It might zoom at him instantly with a really loud noise.
It's like in my dreams, of course, I am of course always thinking about the idea of saying that something will move really fast at me, and then it happens. Like, of course, the Sonic or whatever. Oh, and then there's the mini bad dream that happened taking place at the Feezy shelter, and there's the Sonic.exe from the TV moving really fast at the screen, with there being some kind of high-pitched, buzzy, beep-like noise. Should be good to recreate that next time we are at the Feezy shelter.
A little bit more tricksy. First of all, don't get a pressure plate there anymore, not a banner. It'll obstruct their view from over there. it'll do the same for right there too. It'll obstruct their view a bit.
You better not get nuked, or else one who gets nuked first I'll have to wear puffy for the whole day and the next day. Or even in the bed too. And no sliming allowed. Better document those losses, but he has to go in there. Yay, Snowman went out.
It's looking at the
It's in its freaky looking face.
Then it
Go back in there to him. Oh, it's not a mouse. You can't look at it. Well, there's that.
spookies. Whatever it looks like underneath its creepy mask, we need to find out. See if it looks spookier than that or not. Nope, it does not look spooky. It looks goofy. Ah, scary pumpkin. Oh, he's just going. Perhaps we will introduce a skeleton out there now.
It'll shoot them with a gun.
He'll start out over in there. Now it'll be a little bit more rare for them to encounter him.
And if they do, they better run or else they'll get shot. The one who dies will have to wear puffies. And the next one, well, it may or may not be suit clothing time.
Oh, what do we have to do now that they got nuked? Yeah, it'll give him a bad dream scenario if it looks at him.
At least the girl, you'll make him feel better. And keep him from going cray-cray.
Then it's over there.
It was supposed to be their decoy, and then it just turned into something spooky. Then it's going in there.
That's spooky.
How went in there. It might dart to add to the actually fast from in there.
Guess it's time to face their fears now.
And risking getting shot to death.
Spooky noise.
He might open up the door and get them.
There's a new obstacle. Well, it's time to move it. Somewhere a little bit inconvenient.
You could, of course, remove all the beans and just make one bone a 10 that wanders around the whole place until I get them.
Maybe they should just do that. Otherwise, they'll probably never ever be all up in there with all the beans that can nuke them. You can't type with a keyboard. Here he is now.
Ah, scary snowman with its bad dream-inducing face.
Oh, and of course something else, they better not ever be allowed to exit the house now. No, it's off limits for them going out there. There's also that way they could go out.
They better not get shot. Ah, scary snowman. This sounds really similar to Rabbi's music. You should see if the stream of the overnight or overday snoozing was in there or not. It is me. Just in time, now the vision night is wearing off. It's finally silent.
It's that long.
That's when it'll repeat.
Also, if they have that TV on for too long, it might make a staticky noise, really 100 volume-ishly really loud.
Or it'll show the white screen with white blue text, although it'll be really loud, staticky, radio-y music. They better not get shot and die.
The decoy. Well, if they look at him, and if he looks at them, and they look at him, then they'll get a bad dream scenario.
It might be kind of jumpable if the anatomy gets them.
Because know just how fast of a reaction it will have when it sees them and blasts at them.
There's only one way to find out, is to just make them face off against it.
New room unlocked. There's a flower, it's moving. That's spooky.
Well, banners move like swingy things. They better be ready to run when they get aimed at by a gun. that dark and they won't know it. It might be hiding in a corner and shoot to them.
Sounds like it's far away from there. They get shot, well, they wear that actually sounds like me. It's the heater. Well, the ray tracing, it can actually emit a red light or orangish glow. The light's just out of reach of it. Perhaps it's time. It's time. It is very much time to look in there. At this point, who knows where it might be? That's spooky.
Well, there's that.
So in there is way smaller than what the real place looks like. There's not even a window in there like in the real place. It's quite the overlooked detail from the that in real life. Actually go into the darkness like that.
It's also what the buddies should be like, too.
It sounds like it might be in that room over there.
If they're not knock the other out, or else the one who gets knocked out has to face off against the third punishment. That's quite the fiend resource that's still never been used. Who knows which room it's in? Or maybe it won't shoot them instantly. Like, of course it sure did in the rock bed version.
So in the rock bed version, the stakes would be even worsely high than that. Wasn't that kind of thing when they get spotted by warders, they'll be delayed before they actually do anything. It's even spookier when it's really dark. It might be in there. There's only one way to know, though. It is in there. It definitely sounds like it's in that room. But who knows if it's in that room?
You have to check.
So to check that room and see.
Wusses or wimps.
Who knows which room it might be in right now. It just might be in there.
It is there.
It's just one good shot. Perhaps they should open the door and let it find its way out of there. Now it can go out. It probably will. There is gamma center.
It's 23.
It was 25. No, they're the same. But, OLED, it'll make that darkness really dark. As dark as the TV.
As dark as real life.
Ooh, infinite contrast ratio.
The idea that it'll be that dark, and then any tiny pixel of light will make light. The idea it was like that. We still never got to have a OLED screen other than the ones that the phones use. They better not be wimps and be cowards.
Ooh, there's some goods, but some they probably don't want to use. Yay, moral support.
Yay.
Is perfectly allowed. For now, at least.
Perfectly support.
Let's mushroom thingies move on it. But yeah, they get moral support. It's killing their moral support. But it also might kill the Bonatin upon seeing it.
Scary bull. There goes the hog. The hog is going all in there for moral support.
Yay. That makes things actually feel kind of better. They're very much temporary moral support.
All the way it looks.
Who knew we'd actually have more fun with the game that's like that than the game with ray tracing and point light graphics? Surely we could just have that kind of fun if we try hard enough.
It's time for a decoy again. Not to mention the way it looks.
If they look at it and it looks at them, then bad dream scenarios might happen. The way that Mooey looks over there.
It might zoom into the darkness really fast.
Now we have a gun and a bullet. Now we have 2 bullets.
That's what it put at him.
At any moment's notice, we will eliminate some use of their support animals. Starting with the hog. Well, there goes part of their moral support.
Followed by that.
All the way the beak looks. It better be a black colored one. Because that'll be very spooky if it's all black. Now it is. It was gray, but now it's black and spooky. They better not encounter that spooky Bonatin with the gun. They still never spotted him walking around yet.
He could be anywhere in there.
Well, this time we go see.
Door is open in that same room again.
Maybe it'll be food. It's time to go find out.
Also, in that kind of a game, roars idle way longer than in the other kinds of the game.
It sounded like someone was walking around, but it was just him. get us spotted.
New room unlocked.
Who knows, maybe the Bonatin is actually stuck up there. We'll go in and see. Oh, he was up there and probably will never walk around because of that. Well, he's officially free now. He was all along stuck up there.
And he's stuck in there.
And you have to run. Because they're spooky looking moral support. It looks like a fiend walking around over there. Because that's all the moral support they get. Their moral support is just very spooky. Oh, there's a bowl looks over there with its moving fungus on it.
Oh, I use the dark spot.
It's probably still in there right now. Yep, it's still over there. Sounds like it never moved. Maybe it really never will move around being like that. Yep. All along it was stuck up there. Now it really will walk around. We never even heard it move around yet. Now it's actually free. There, now the stakes are high.
And there went their decoy. It died.
Ah. Yep, it's out now. Finally. Now they actually do have to deal with the threat. Ah. It'll draw its attention over to there. Ah, it got shot with a gun, and there comes their moral support. This looks very spooky. Their moral support is dead.
Their moron is dead. They better not lose their lives.
Or else we know what we'll have to do. Spooky grumbly.
It could be anywhere in there now. At that point, he is not a decoy anymore. Like a decoy.
He's just very spooky. Their moral support animal is still over there.
There's all the decoys they could possibly need.
Only 2 of them, 3 of them moved so far, since they were all made. Ah, one of them just got shot over there. Now we know the Bonatin is somewhere over there.
Their decoys will save them. The decoys will save them.
Well, decoys were the only reason that they lived.
Remember, put their decoys first before them, no matter how spooky they look. company too. Now it wants to go out there.
They still got 2 decoys. Oh no. Well, they don't call them decoys for nothing. Well, there's only 1 left, and it's the only ticket to getting back in there. There it goes. Well, it's now or never. Now the decoy's gone.
There's that one in there now. Finally, it wants to go over there.
Well, their last decoy is... no, it's not their last decoy.
That room is the safest room for them to be in.
The only thing is only right over there now. And it's holding a gun. Now I moved from over there. He's still over there. Hopefully they don't get stuck over there too.
Guarding in here.
A very dreamish looking bowl. Of course, in their dreams, it would look like that forever for some reason. Maybe it's stuck again.
Also in that kind of a game, they move near corners if they don't seal the corners behind the walls.
The rules are the rules.
Oh no, there goes the decoys. He's so out of there. Oh, the anatomy is stuck in there.
Well, the rules are the rules.
Now whatever the next thing should be. In that kind of a game, the bowl was spinning. It's like in Coffee Edition, it was even spinning like that. Their last decoys. It could mean life or death is for them.
Perhaps the next loss punishment should be the loser has to go out there. The loser has to go outside and make a video of the Andes. Trying to think of something good. Something different from what we'd usually do for that. I have an idea, it's very random. The loser has to make a video outside with their favorite of the Andes. Make them sing the ABCs. It has to be outside, it can't be anywhere else. I will note that down, else I might forget in case we forget.
Oh goody, security bridge is finally done.
Alex should be kind of out for right now. So I'm doing all this.
Or the next thing they could be is the one who gets shot has to wear the others' favorite of the clothing for some time, not the whole day.
There's two losses now. It's both of them been nuked, and now the Alex got shot in the face with a gun.
Anatomy is in there, by the way.
It does seem like it was where I was looking, but when Alex went kind of over there, it should be in survival mode, and the anatomy shot probably really instantly upon sight, kind of like in Rock Band edition. It's queued up, it's shot, and then instantly done it upon seeing the Alex. So maybe it does do that in that kind of the game too.
But also, it will move at kind of the last place when they try to lose it. And like the bean, it will actually move to their position they try to hide.
Who knows where it might be now.
Of course, it's in there.
They're wasting electricity, by the way. They must turn off lights and open doors to let the air move around. It's too hot in all the rooms.
Oh, they're safe away in there. Especially in there.
I know whatever iteration takes. No more doors. Don't get doors anymore. hopefully they got a plan, because if they don't, then they're dead.
Me too.
And they are so in the sights of the gun.
And there's 2 paths now. Also, you might wander into their area and get them if they're not using their eyeballs or the eye part.
Oh no, it sounds like it's close now. No more doors. Or maybe the bathroom door has been forgotten.
Have to run like rats to each room. There's a door.
It's already removed. All of that and then for froze and all.
So it's good now.
Yay, now I definitely do trust that kind of the game to never freeze. I'm knowing there's 2 ways now I could get to them. Oh, it's in that room over there. But it might walk out and then pass over there. Well, they've just lost their privilege of the ball. It's moving. And then just like the Fuzzless, how it'll go over to where it last spotted them at. In there.
If I hope he shoots the other.
Perhaps, just like in the Minecraft series, we should make a new playlist about a new topic that they do in that game.
Competition/tournaments. That was part of the Buddies and Fiends users, which will finally get new added videos. It could be anywhere at that point.
Who knows where Bonaton might be, it might shoot them upon seeing them. I thought it was over there, but it was just a banner.
I have to mad dash and clear the room and just to wing it.
After all the running they've been doing, surely they're very sweaty now.
And if they do think of disabling exhaustion, it'll disable their food bar going down too. They're in their temporary safe room.
The microphone is maybe louder. It's so pretty Crayon compiler's that quiet. Surely precision microphone will definitely not. Oh, I remember the new compilers have a new performance mode, just like it's called performance. There's silent, there's balanced, there's performance, and custom. Oh yeah, and with the custom mode in the new compilers, it can change the voltages and all that, so yeah. Usually the new performance mode is basically like doing high settings.
That's their moral support. A real man for once.
Well, he looks like that because he's scared, just like them. Like they should be. Because of gun. Anatomy with a gun wants them to die.
It's go time, therefore they lost their moral support.
Who knows where the anatomy might be.
You can't be wimps. Ah, there it is. That's on the move.
It's just so it's just how quiet the competitor is. It's basically silent.
Completely noiseless. Yeah, I can officially like that kind of the game now. Instead of resorting to coffee edition.
It sounds really nearby now. Who knows where it is now?
It's ready to shoot them.
If it goes in there, they're definitely dead. However, whyver, it just never went in there. I know it's moving somewhere.
The next time it sees them, it'll instantly shoot to them. One of them's getting shot tonight. Yeah.
They're so not ever getting out of there, because if they do, they're probably shot. They're probably shot targets. They're consumed targets, practice targets. He has 2 ways to watch over there. Sounds like it went away. Spooky noise. Looks like it's not over there now. Yep, the Bonaton's not anywhere out there now. It might be in the living room. But what if their clothing gets stinky? I have to go clean it, of course. Goodness. They're so dead. So then whatever it would look like to have another of the game, of course, that being Coffee Edition, and it could spectate their certain Moby Max tooth and see its vision. Yeah, it would seem. So if Coffee Edition had a place like that, and then it could, well, be the host and they join it. But RAR, still, we never were able to make it work for them both being able to join in that game. Unless it's the same case as that, or something's just weird about them. After all, for one, I remember receiving mods and all that. This sounds like it might be nearby now. It actually didn't shoot a being spotting though. But their clothing, oh how it's stinky. It might be out there, and of course the wyvern just won't path into there. It'd be good to know if them pathing works the same way in that game as in Coffee Edition.
What do I do? You babies playing together.
Mm-hmm.
It's so cute. I love that. It's so cool. Oh, my baby. Ah, thank you. I do. I do. I love you. So good, dear mommy. I love you. I love you. So good, dear mommy. Take good care of her, mama. I love you so much. Green bugs.
They thought of the very concept that is when we also played L42 and made them kind of do the same-ish kind of gimmick. That in that game, the first one of them who got whacked by the zombies had to do something. It was of course making her hands go in the toilet. And then there's that game, them doing it. That's pretty silly to think about the idea of even L42 they did that.
Have to save power.
Bonington's back in the living room area again.
There he goes.
It sounds near again.
Aimed his gun at him. Who knows where he could have walked to.
Oh, and also with that kind of a game, you get no roar's path into the darkness.
The light could be preventing it from moving at them. You know, they should just make the GAM mag up to 50 so you can at least see better in the darkness. Which in that case don't need light anymore.
It sounds like it might be right out there. Also the frequency that they make their sounds.
It's on the move again.
Wait, looking at the ellipse.
Yep, and now it's moving closer. They'll do it while knowing it's their last day alive. Or at least one of them. Boniton will say, "You're going to die today," Adam.
I know who says that. Do you know who says that?
Boss.
Which boss?
The blue one.
Yep. It says that at them. He knows where it might be now. So the idea that in that kind of a game, when people make sounds, they don't hear them making the same sound. They make different sounds, but at the same time, I don't know, it's only over there. Well, we got one chance to at least go out there now. Although it's kind of the riskier place to be since they don't get a full looping place to go anymore. But of course they can't just be over there forever. They'll get bored and they'll want to go in the living room. Or
In that case. Oh no.
Mid-act is getting cold feeling there.
They're wide open. And get half 5, we will say that at them.
Oh, we felt the easy shelter in the swimming pool, and it was all nighttime even. We were getting out and going in there while it's all nighttime. There's a show showing on TV, and then we were using towels, and it was really cold in there. Speaking of noise, I'll make a video about the cave sound for old time's sake. 15 bar. Hey. Eventually one of them has to get shot. There's no other way around it.
It all starts with a little walkie-walkie, like a walksy-walksy.
The Boniton is just about to receive its first upgrade over them. Its first advantage over them. It gets a decoy now. That's so mean, and now it'll get a decoy. It may look nothing like it, but it built the decoy.
To trick them.
It's sure to just fool them really good. For the Boniton, it got a decoy over them. And it's sure to fool us really, really good.
Maybe it went back in there. But who knows, their clothing are stinky. If anything, those might be quite decoys. Oh, good idea on how to make them more believable.
Oh no, the Bonaton's over there. At least we got our eyes on it now.
Probably a much more believable looking one.
It looks really like it now, it's aiming.
For sure to fall for that one.
Hopefully the Bonaton didn't get stuck up there. What are those pressure plates? Oh, it's maybe just simply staying over there. But yeah, no, it has a very believable looking decoy over there. Bonaton's still removed. At all.
They needed to go out to there. Maybe you could just try breaking those to see if it'll help the anatomy get free. It's on the move. Ready to be lethal as always. It's over there where by its decoy.
This is low on storage. Let's see if it's right.
We might just have to consider snoozing.
18 gigabytes. Its storage is definitely running pretty low. Perhaps I should just delete a few things. Well, so far none of them died, but we don't want them to die.
So they have to just go all in. At least one of them has to fail.
That's a very believable looking decoy.
It's also right there. There it comes at them.
Oh no. Well, the stakes are high, it's probably in there now.
With less visibility.
Oh no.
If it's in there.
Oh, one of them is definitely getting shot today. Not again.
Yeah.
Whatever the fail was about again.
It was to equip the others' clothing for a certain amount of time. We now have a queue of videos to make. It's a shame that in that kind of a game they can't really copy their wields. Scary anime.
I'd say that is a good place to end the video now.
Another thing you could do is to try making it so critters can appear, and then, well, of course, roars would appear in there randomly. That'd be quite a thing for another day, though. PA making that game great again.
Got shot by a gun. If Alex didn't go that way, she wouldn't have been shot.
Of course, it spared the noob after taking Cootie Gifford's life. So it only wanted one of them, not both. Be real quick, I should run that game so it's fully playable and ready.
Oh, one of those videos that were just made is from the game bar. Also the frequency that they make their sounds at. Wait, looking at Let's see what the video probably like. 60 FPS TV looking good with that game. Performance mode to reset back to custom. No, stay silent. The losers, because looking at that video, it just looks really smooth. That's what a yummy looking 60 FPS video should look like. Oh, that sure was very fun. We can most certainly do it with the rock bed version too.
it doesn't need refilled. Stock never slept. Doesn't matter for the entire day. So now there's that. Some kind of editor thingies for that game. But I did want to see what it's all about. So the way that seems. All that just looks so. Of course, like it would be the in-game files. Here's exactly what it is. Like in-game file browser. Audio. It looks to be able to at least see all of those. Hey, look, it's that sound, of course. It should take a while to load. 2022. It has more saves than what's allowed because of how it had more saves since the game updated, adding a limit. It simply sounds like it must be very fluffy. It's almost as if the sound is high pitched or something. Maybe it is. But then what that seems, of course, there's that sound. The game's place is vibing, though. Wait, hey, I actually know where he is now. Very weird, all the idea that the game has to load. Unless it's because of the HDD, of course. Of course it is. I know it would still do it, but faster loading than that. So good to know all along the sound was slightly higher pitched than default. Perfectly smooth. Whatever them frames is. It's really good for that game. 100. Multi-frame generation. On that RTX 5090. The only way I'll actually get to see those extra frames is at higher refresh rate instead of just 60. But the idea that that competitor had 300, it sure is quite a lot for what it is.
Did you know that everyone loves pizza? Yes, it's true. Based on a double-blind study from a leading fast-food publication and scientists, 100% of those questions would choose pizza over any other food group, even people with
But the idea of Roblox game having all that UI looking like that game.
identity realities. This is another one advancement.
It's also whatever else you can do with the editor thingy. If only Build Battle had something like that, because if that could reveal the game's sound files and all that. Of course, there was the UEF and thingy. Of course, it did have editors looking ways to view the files of that game. Okay, low quality texture. I don't know how that sounds. I remember the men's chatting about that game and seeing the gator being up there with them spotlights. But the way the real game place looks. So on really quietly, there's the music. I see how that game is. Since it's basically like a story-driven game, and it's morally all about the journey. The way that looks. Just to see all the doors. Ah, he fell through the ground. I think he is to an HDD. It's kind of gross. Something's just not being very right. He's going the right way. Stutters. Where he came from down there. Bear. it's that place now. Finally. So Bristol's that noise. If I played that game, I would have no idea how to make him get there. Because Snowflakes can somehow make it only be the music. It can. Yay. The music is vibing, though. It was him to make a video about him being there for lots of hours. We just know if the music plays from a specific point or not. For the kid could clip, no. Yeah, interesting. Maybe all along that's what Dak Black was using. That's quite interesting. This has to be invisible entity-like things. Way that sounds. That music is vibing. As if you took a sound and made it to be ray traced-ish. In order to make it sound like, well, being in a giant room. Nav mesh. Surely all of those mentioning actors is basically like source game entities. To find the very sound of that. So you just know, of course, that actually will modify that to game's own files and all that. Well, I found very entity that is the kid. And so I'm trying to edit the kid's posingness and made everything unload, and then the kid is just seen there doing his posing thing. Because with that it can make the robos in any kind of object in the game or wherever.
iPhone 17 will be a thing. Definitely now, since it's of course been there and listed for so long now, of course it should mention that phone way at the bottom of the wanted stuff list as just an optional wanted thing.
I told somebody I'd work for him today just from 11, about 10:30, 10:25. Mommy works just 11 to 7, so will Mommy bring you something home to eat? That sounds good. We're going by Little Caesars, Taco Bell, KFC, McDonald's, Wendy's. Burger King. Anything's on McDonald's? What's in McDonald's? We can make you some McDonald's. You want anything on the way home? What you want, baby? Cheesy. Babies, get some sleep, okay? Too good, Mommy ready to bed. You can, Mom's go to bed.